Hello, hello. Let's just test if this is working. Okay, does this work? Okay, that looks good. Is it still picking up the captions or not? Oh, it's going to be a while before it gets them correct. Okay, that looks alright. Wait, does the page have to be active for captions to work? Sorry, I'm just testing out this closed caption things. Maybe it takes a little bit of time to map out what I'm actually saying. I think it's not going to be too accurate to start with. I wonder if it lands. Okay, well, we'll see if that works. Right, countdown timer on. I'll be back in a little bit. Right, hello. Been a little while since I've done any streaming, and I thought, while I don't have a real schedule to stick to, I'm going to revisit the Svelte and Sveltekit tutorial, just to kind of update myself on how that's all going to work. Well, any changes that have happened, and also anything that I've missed. So this is just on the learn.svelte.dev site, and there's a few sections here: basic Svelte, advanced Svelte, and then basic Sveltekit and advanced Sveltekit. So we've got 4 different sections to run through. I assume they're going to be at least 1 stream each, because there's lots of different sections in each one, and each one can have a few lessons in it. And probably looking through and actually understanding them is going to take a bit more time as well. I think most of them I should have a bit of an idea about, so we'll see how that goes. The only other thing would be where the chat box goes, but I think that is it's transparent enough that it shouldn't be an issue. Let's just see how that looks on stream. Because where else could I put it that's going to be out of the way? It's just down in this bottom corner of blue text, but I think that'll be all right. Okay, so back to the start. So just as a quick recap, Svelte is a JavaScript framework, I'm going to say, that basically it works as a compiler. You develop your code in like VS Code or whatever IDE you want to use in Svelte, and Sveltekit is like a full implementation of it. I mean, I'm not going to describe this very well, but check out the site for a bit more clearer information, which is probably in here as well. But what it does is, it compiles your code into small, efficient JavaScript, and that's what gets stored on the server for your users to download when they visit your sites. So it's a lot neater, a lot more efficient code than you would normally write, and you still get the benefits of a nice dev experience. So welcome to the Svelte tutorial. This will teach you everything you need to know to easily build web applications of all sizes with high performance and small footprint. You can also consult the docs and the examples, or even just get straight onto creating a project. So the docs are pretty extensive as well. Shows you how to do everything, what you can do. So this used to be just one big document, but I think they've upgraded it since, and there's a lot more info in here. But the tutorial should be pretty good as well. And then examples, if you want examples of how to do certain things in Svelte, there's loads in here. Which we will work through, and we'll come back to. But mostly I'm just going to be running through the actual tutorial, and then we'll go on to these if we want some more in-depth examples of certain parts of it. Svelte is a tool for building web applications. Like other user interface frameworks, it allows you to build your app declaratively out of components that combine markup styles and behaviors. These components are then compiled into small, efficient JavaScript modules that eliminate overhead traditionally associated with UI frameworks. You can build your entire app with Svelte using the framework like Sveltekit, or you can add it incrementally with individual components in like a larger project. And you can ship components as standalone packages, which is quite useful. How to use this tutorial: you need basic familiarity with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Split into 4 sections. Each section will present an exercise designed to illustrate a feature. Later exercises build on the knowledge gained in earlier ones, so it's recommended you go from start to finish. And you have a menu to navigate. If you get stuck, there's a solve button. Try not to rely on it too much, so it's this solve button here, because you'll learn faster by figuring it out yourself. And that's it. And we get, so the tutorial site will give a example and like a lesson on the side here, with an environment here as like the REPL, where you can write out code and test it, and this bit at the bottom here is your website that would be built in this situation. So for example, I could say, welcome everyone to this tutorial, and things you can do in Svelte is stuff like putting the style tag in here. Ooh. And we could say H1s are going to be, oh no, like this. We'll just set the font to red, for example. So nice and simple on the first page, obviously. So your first component. In Svelte, adding an application is composed from one or more components. Component is a reusable self-contained block of code that encapsulates HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that belong together, written into a Svelte file. The out.svelte file, open in the code editor, is a simple component. Adding data component that just renders some static markup isn't very interesting. Let's add some data. First, we add a script tag to the component to declare a name and variable. Okay. So in our app.svelte file, we add in our script tag, and we're gonna create a property or a variable called name, and in this instance we're gonna initialize it to be the word svelte. And then in our markup we can use this variable, and it inserts our string directly into the HTML here. So as we update this, it also updates. So this is how we reference our variable, but anything within these curly braces is actually executed as JavaScript. So what we can do is take our name and apply functions to it, which is, they're using 2 uppercase, which is a standard string function in JavaScript and other languages as well, but specifically here. So we're taking the string, we're changing it to its uppercase, and then it gets inserted here when it's rendered in our little browser here. Oh, we also have a little console, that's good. Cool. Nice and easy. So on to the next bit, dynamic attributes. Just like you can use curly braces to control text, you can use them to control element attributes. So we have an image here that's missing the source property of it. So it's just an empty image tag at the moment. And this is where our source is, which I don't know if we can get to in our browser here, or a little navigator. But if we add in our source and we use the source there, then we get our lovely Rickroll. It's better, but if you hover over the image in the editor, we see that it should have an alt attribute just for accessibility. So Svelte actually gives you these warnings in your code editor that images should have an alt property so that people with screen readers can understand what the image shows. And dances. So now you see the squiggly line is now gone. Whereas when we didn't have that here, we get a squiggly line saying image elements should have this alt attribute. So now if you hover over, I think, can you see? I think if we inspect it, it's going to be a bit confusing in here. But if we select this, we can see, oh no, where is it? There we go. There's our alt text there that screen readers will pick up. So we can use curly braces inside attributes. Try changing it to name dances. Okay, so we can have let name equal Rick Astley, I think it is. And then rather than a man dances, we can say name dances. And if we now look at this inspect for this image, it's not liking it just yet. Oh, well, it had it there a second. Where has it gone? Let's just put this to one side for a second. There you go, Rick Astley dances. So it's taken our string from here, inserted it into our property, and then when it's compiled this, we just have it there in the alt. And then another thing that Svelte does that's quite useful is you can have shorthand for the attributes where the name and the value are the same. So here where we have src equals src, we can actually just use src. And it does the same thing. So if we did something similar here, we could say let alt equal name plus dances, and then here, rather than all this, we can also do alt. And again, if we look at what we get, we still get the same thing. Oh, we don't have the space because we didn't include the space here. So there you go, updated with our combined alt text. Cool. So onto styling. Just like in HTML, you can add a style tag to your component. Let's add some styles to the P element. Right, so we have a paragraph there. So we already had a little look at this. So in our Svelte component, we just have our style tags and we say color goldenrod. Font family, we're going to say is Comic Sans, of course. Sans MS. And the fallback is cursive. And our font size is going to be 2EM. Cool. So nice and easy. But yeah, the big thing in Svelte is that in your Svelte file, these styles are scoped just to your component. So rather than having a big CSS file that applies to the whole website, this p tag is only the style attributes are only applied to this p tag here in this component, or any p tags in this component. So if we had another p tag here, can I just do hello? If I can type. So the way that it does this is when Svelte compiles, it comes up with these Svelte class names. I think it's slightly different here, but basically the class name will be some unique Svelte identifier that then just looks for p tags in this Svelte file. Thanks for the follow, Yoshi boy. Welcome in, hope you're doing well. I'm just going over some Svelte and Sveltekit tutorial stuff. It's been a while since I visited the official tutorial here, so just running through that. Okay, so we've done this. So next, nested components. It's going good, thank you. I've been using Svelte and Sveltekit like on and off for a while, but figured it's been a while since I've actually looked at the tutorial, so I want to go through it from start to finish, A, so that I've got a reference to look back at, and B, to see all the things that I've probably missed at some point. So that's why I'm revisiting at the moment. How about you? How's your weekend going? Are you a web developer? Have you tried Svelte at all? You're working on recovering your PI account. What's PI? I'm assuming something to do with Python. That's not PyPlay, is it? Python package index. Okay. Also known as the cheese shop. Oh, okay, so it's like npm but for Python rather than JavaScript. Yeah, I was just doing a quick Google on it. Oh, nice. It's an interesting name for it. The cheese shop. Nice. Well, yeah, hopefully you get that back. Right, so what do you use Python for? Is it software, websites? I think you can do Python for back-end stuff. I don't know if you can use it for front-end stuff yet, can you? You normally work in TypeScript. Ah, I see. I know you can make games in Python as well. I suppose there's libraries for pretty much everything now, there, isn't there? All right, so you also found out about the enum module. What does the enum module do? Because I know enums in JavaScript is all about. Wow, what is it JavaScript or is it C# that I was using it before? But yeah, they're like static lists, kind of. I don't know how you explain what an enum is, but enum support for enumerations. Just having a quick look here. Yeah, so it's like a constant lookup. Yeah, it's really difficult to explain the concepts. But yeah, it's you set it in your code and then you can reference it wherever. But it's more that they're fixed once you've set them. I think they're static. I don't think you can change the values of them in running code, but I might be wrong with that. But yeah, let's jump back into the tutorial. I think I'm going to try and get through a fair amount of the basic Svelte stuff today, although I know some of these have lots of sections in them. So we'll see how we go on. Yeah, so it'd be impractical to put your entire app in a single component. So instead we can import components from other files and include them in our markup. So in our app file, it's pretty cool syntax with the Python version. So if we put in a script tag here, oh, helps if I open. And what we can do is import from our nested component which is in our same file structure here, nested.svelte. And then we can use it as its own component. So nested, and I don't think it's got any properties on it. So yeah. So this is showing the scoping of our styles as well. So in our nested file, we just have a paragraph tag here. Paragraph element. Yeah, I've used TypeScript. Most of the time when I'm doing Svelte or Sveltekit development, I'm using TypeScript in that. But I think just to keep the tutorial cleaner, I think they've gone with just standard JavaScript. Just so people who are new to JavaScript don't have to have the extra confusion of what TypeScript is doing. If you haven't used Svelte before, what you do here is in your script tag, you can say language equals TypeScript. And then if we did something like this, I think it should work here. Oh no, okay. I think because in this tutorial, they've got it so that it runs in the browser for you. They haven't enabled this this functionality, but in normal Sveltekit and Svelte applications, you can do this. Yeah, I think I was originally against TypeScript because it just makes things feel a little bit more cluttered. But yeah, I think I've been converted to it as well. So yeah, we can see here with our nesting that in our app file, which is what is being drawn here into our fake browser, let's call it, we have a style for CSS on our p tag, which is here, this paragraph at the top. But the nested that we're importing from this element or component doesn't get the styling applied to this paragraph. So what we could do here is we can have a separate style tag. I'm so used to autocomplete for this stuff, where our p tag has a different color, and it will only apply to the p tag in this component, and that doesn't get overwritten here. You made some packages. Nice. You're planning to learn web design for a Discord bot rewrite. Oh. Using Superbase as a backend. Nice. Yeah, if you're getting into web design or web development, I would highly recommend checking out Sveltekit. It's really, it's such a nice development experience. Okay, so even though that's fine, component names are always capitalized to distinguish them from HTML elements. So that's why our component is called nested. So we know it's not a standard HTML element. Oh yeah. Superbase is one of the, I think there is actually a specific adapter for it as well. If we go here to the Svelte documentation, where are the adapters? Svelte compiler. I think it's in here somewhere. What version types? Preprocessor. Let's search adapter. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Server side. Yeah, I'm sure it was in here. So if we look for Sveltekit, adapter, Superbase. Pretty sure there's one specifically for that. I mean, there's a whole thing here of how to do it. Yeah, they've done really well for like the way you deploy Svelte and Sveltekit, Sveltekit apps. They've got loads of support of tutorials of how to do it, and the adapters like help create a full application that is designed more for the hosting of that site, which is normally quite good. All right, so HTML tags. So ordinarily strings are inserted as plain text, meaning that characters have no special meaning, but sometimes you need to render HTML directly into a component. For example, the words you're reading right now exist in a markdown file that gets included on this page as a blob of HTML. In Svelte, you do this with the special @HTML tag. This doesn't perform any sanitization. It's an issue if the content is something you trust, like an article you wrote yourself, but do not allow user content to do this because obviously this is going to open yourselves up to security risks. So it's not normally a good idea to do stuff like this. But we basically tell Sveltekit that this string in here is a bit of HTML, and it interprets these strong tags as HTML tags, and we get the bolded characters here. So yeah, nice and simple with that one, rather than outputting it as just string. Do you like the communities added support for Python, C#, and yeah, there's I think because people enjoy the dev experience of Svelte, there's going to be a lot of support in however you want to implement it. So yeah, this is a simple way to do it, but there's probably better ways that avoid having to pass the HTML, because it always it's always, if it's all content you trust, it's fine, but there's always going to be risks in doing stuff like that. Right, reactivity though, this is where it starts getting a bit more interesting. At the heart of Svelte is a powerful system of reactivity for keeping the DOM in sync with your application state. For example, in response to an event. To demonstrate, we first need to wire up an event handler, and then basically show that the button is incrementing. So yeah, Superbase, I mean, Superbase is it's open source, isn't it, right? Firebase is owned by Google, or Alphabet, which is Google's parent company. Is Superbase open source? Oh, no, I just wanted superbase.com. Yeah. Open source alternative. And here's our Svelte. Yeah, so I do think I want to start using Superbase. At the moment, for most of the websites I do, I just have Cloudflare, because there's nothing really that I'm doing on the server end. It's mostly just front end design and development. Right, so what we're going to do here is on our button, we're going to do an on-click event. And when we call onClick, we want to call the function increment. So at the moment, it's not going to do anything because we haven't got anything in our increment function. But if we say in increment, we're just going to add 1 to the count every time. We now have a counter that tracks how many times we're clicking it, and that's all we need. So with Svelte, all it's looking for is any assignments. And every time this code is run, it knows that it needs to update this element that has the counter in it. Because this count needs to be recalculated each time the count changes. I think in other frameworks you have to do a little bit more like hand holding to tell it, okay, I need this button needs to be redrawn each time the user clicks on the button. You're working on setting up capture first. Are you worried about bots? And then all this button is saying is the text on the button is clicked with the current count, and if the count is 1, it says clicked 1 time. But for anything else, it adds the S because we're in multiples. So that's all that's doing. Nice and easy. So this is our event handler that we're looking at. So looking for click events on the button element, and when that happens, it runs this function. Nice and easy. Next, declarations. You don't want to get DDoSed. I feel like a lot of hosting tends to provide some DDoS protection as standard now, but I might be wrong with that with Supabase. I don't know if that's part of the standard support. But yeah, it's always good to protect yourself as well. Svelte automatically updates the DOM when your component state changes. Often, some parts of the component state needs to be computed from other parts, such as a full name derived from a first name and a last name. And then recomputed whenever they change. For these, we have reactive declarations. They look like this. Okay, so the $, yeah, just in case. Always good to be sure. So if a reactive statement consists entirely of an assignment to an undeclared variable, Svelte will inject a let's declaration on your behalf. Okay. So that's basically saying, because we haven't established the variable doubled, when Svelte compiles this component into the code that's served to the website, it's automatically injecting a let keyword here just to establish this variable. Okay. So we're adding doubled into our markup. So we want to say, we want a p tag here. And in this p tag, we're saying count doubled is doubled. Now it's going to complain because we haven't set up doubled yet. So if we just said let doubled equal count times 2, our code doesn't know that count can be updated, so doubled will always be 0. And as we click, our doubled value here is always 0 because it's only calculated the first time. But count is being incremented. You also have to set up email templates. Just so that all the emails coming out of your website all look consistent, I guess. Right, so now what we can do, instead of this let keyword, we use our reactive symbol. So this $, is telling Svelte that doubled can be updated whenever count gets updated. And now when we do it, it's automatically calculating the doubled amount for us. Nice and easy. And it's automatically injecting a let's keyword in here. So this is the same thing. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, because it's, no. So what it's doing is doing this. That's what it's doing. Yep. So this line here, line 3, is what's being auto-injected by the compiler when it's created. Cool. Of course, you could just write count times 2 here. Yep, so we can show that that's the same thing. Count times 2. So both values here are the same. You don't have to use reactive values. Reactive values become particularly valuable when you need to reference them multiple times, when you have values that depend on other reactive values. Cool. Yeah, always nice to keep like consistency throughout. Right, statements. We're not limited to declaring reactive values. We can also run arbitrary statements reactively. For example, we can log the value of count whenever it changes. So again, our little reactive label here is saying on this line, we want to run this line anytime that anything inside it is updated. And we're using this syntax here. So as we click it, we can see in our console. No, we can't. Why do we not see that? Right. We have our function console.log. The count is count. Oh, because they're using backticks rather than this string. So yeah, because this just looks like a string, the compiler is not running this line because it doesn't see anything in this reactive block changing. But if we replace these with backticks, then it knows that this is a what are these called? Oh, I've forgotten what the name of these are. When you use backticks for strings, it's basically like a compiled string. So it knows to look for this syntax as well, the $ curly brace, and anything that's in here will be a variable. So now it knows when count is updated, it needs to run this line of code. So we should, why are we not seeing in our console? Let's see if it's in this console. Yeah, okay. It's coming out here. I don't know why it's not in the... Oh, this is not... This is our terminal. This is not our console. That's why. So yeah, whenever we click this button, we'll see that a new line is output into our console. We have it side by side. It's a bit easier to see. Bit further across. So where we had it before, where we weren't using the backticks, we should see that it shows the count is count. And does this happen each time we click? No. Because nothing has changed in this statement, the Svelte site knows not to rerun this line of code. But when we add in, well, when we change it to backticks, it knows that this variable is in this line. So whenever this is updated, it knows it needs to output a new line onto the console. So it reruns this line with the updated version of count. That's what we're doing. Cool. You can easily group statements together with a block. So that's just to do with scoping. So if we open our scope here, we can run multiple lines here. And I think it will just run it. It reruns everything in the scope if something changes. So yeah, we still get our hello output each time we update the count as well. Oh, didn't mean that. But I do think if we can we have multiple of these? Let's see. Right, so if we clear this, we're getting this line rerun because something within this reactive statement is being updated, but this isn't because there's no active update. So now when it's first run, we're getting this line run. Well, we get both of these lines run when they're first compiled, but the update is only applying to the first reactive statement. Now I wonder if we do something like limit equals count greater than 5. We're going to say limit is let's say low, or if it's greater than 5, then it's a high, it's a warning, let's call it. Otherwise, none. Right? And now we can set our limit in here. The limit is limit. Okay. So now what we should find is we run both these lines at the start and the compile, the initial build. Then as we click on the button, this line with the console log gets rerun each time because our clicked goes up. But because limit doesn't change until count is above 5, I don't think we'll get the console log hello user until the count reaches 6. And then we'll get the warning. I think. There we go. So it's a nice way of showing that this is only rerun when the value of anything in this reactive statement changes. And each reactive block is independent from each other. So it's all works quite well. And you can even put the reactive label in front of things like if blocks. Okay, so we can add another one here. We say if count is greater than 10, then we want to do, I'm just going to do a console log count is too high. Cool. So then if we clear this, let's let that rerun. Let's get rid of that. So we start off. This is run. So the count is 0. This is run, saying the limit is none. But this isn't run because this if statement is false. And then as we increase it up to, so 6, we'll get this rerun. But now limit is equal to warning. So this won't rerun again as we increase. And then when it's over 10, we get this line is run because the count is too high. And each time, because count is being changed each time we click, and this if statement is returning true, this line is being rerun each time count gets changed. Cool. Nice and simple. But yeah, very useful. So I'll go through to the next lesson. I think we can hide this for the moment. Okay, so Because Svelte's reactivity is triggered by assignments, using array methods like push and splice won't automatically cause updates. For example, adding a number button doesn't currently do anything, even though we're calling numbers.push inside the function, the add number function. So the thing here is, within this function, we don't have an assignment. So we need an equals somewhere. One way to fix that is to add an assignment that would otherwise be redundant. So you can say numbers equals numbers here. So I'll just show at the moment. When we're doing add a number, let's get rid of this. For the moment, nothing's happening, even though we're calling this function, which should add the number 5 onto the end of our sum here. And then our sum, which is in our p tag, is just doing a reduce on the numbers array, which takes which loops through the array and adds the current number to the ongoing total until it's gone through the whole array. Right, so if we now add numbers equals numbers here, which looks like it should do nothing, but because Svelte is looking for the assignment here, and it's saying, okay, something's being updated here, it will now update the numbers array each time we click this button. So we're now getting the 5 and 6, 7, so on. But there's a more idiomatic solution. So rather than doing a push here, we can just spread the array. So using ES6 spread syntax, you can, instead of pushing, I think, can we do comments in here? We can do comments in here. So we are going to say numbers equals the current numbers array spread, and then we're adding to it our numbers.length plus 1. So this is saying each time we called the, oh wait, we can comment this one out as well. So this is what we had to do before, and this is doing the same thing. So this is, we're saying take the numbers array, spread it out into a new array, and at the end of that array add this element, which is our numbers.length plus 1. So at the moment our numbers.length is 4, because we've got 4 elements in the array. And so when we click add a number, it's going to add the number 5 onto the end of it. And because we're assigning this here, Svelte knows that this is an update to the array, so it can re-render the HTML element on the page. Just trying to get the right terminology, which I'm probably butchering, but this is how I'm understanding it. So from here, you can use similar patterns to replace pop, shift, unshift, and splice. Assignments to properties of arrays and objects, e.g. foo, or array I equals x minus h equals x. Okay. Okay, so what we could do, work in the same way as assignments to the values themselves, right? So instead of doing the spread operator here, we can also do something along the lines of the example they've got there, which is, if I can type, numbers at numbers.length equals numbers.length plus 1. So if we comment out our spread operator again here, what we're doing here is we're saying the the point at array index of numbers.length in the numbers array, we want to set as the value here. So at the moment, our array length is 4. So the position index 4 of the numbers array, because this is with arrays in JavaScript, it's 0 indexed. So this is position 0, 1, 2, and 3. So we're saying at position 4, we're going to set that to the numbers.length, which is 4, because the length of the array here, there's 4 elements in it, even though they're numbered 0 to 3. We're going to add our length plus 1, which will be 5. So it's basically saying add in a 5 here. So that's what that line is doing. And then each time you do that, obviously the length of the array will then be increased. So when you next add the number, you'll be adding 6 into the 5th position of the array, which will be the 6th item. So yeah, it's doing the same thing still as what we were doing before, but it's just another way to show it. Cool. Yeah, it's nice and simple. So a simple rule of thumb, the name of the updated variable must appear on the left-hand side of the assignment. For example, this foo equals object.foo, foo.bar equals baz. Won't trigger reactivity on object.foo.bar unless you follow up with object equals object. Right, so what we're saying here is foo is an object which has a property of .bar, although we might be making that property here, but that's not that important. So we have an object of foo. Let's just do this in some comments here. So what we're saying is const foo equals an object which has, oh wait, let's do multi-line comment, that has a property of bar. Wait, no, this is not how you do it. You do bar like this, I think. It's basically what we're saying, although originally it's empty. So we have foo, which is this object that has a property of bar that is empty. If we then assign const foo equals object of foo, wait, other way around. Do you really want reduce in the tutorial? What, this bit here? I guess it can be a little bit heavy for beginners, but I think they do preface the initial tutorial, the induction here. They basically say you'll need to have basic familiarity with JavaScript to understand Svelte. So although it is a bit of a complicated idea doing this, I think that's how they are getting around that. But yeah, I'd agree. There's a few things in here. There's where was the one before? I think in the statement bit. Yeah, things like this using ternary operators as well is a little bit confusing for some beginners, whereas like an if statement might be a bit easier to understand here. But yeah, this is more to introduce the concepts to people who have a bit more of an understanding of probably other JavaScript libraries or frameworks. So this kind of thing isn't all new. All right, but welcome in. So yeah, just to maybe explain what the reduce does. Now you're going to test my array knowledge. So reduce is a function in JavaScript in, I think it came in ES6. But basically it loops over an array. So in this example, our array of numbers here, and as it loops through, it runs this function, basically setting up a variable called total, which its initial value you set here as 0. So the first loop through, we have total equals 0. Current number becomes the item at the first index of the array. I can't remember if it starts at the end or at the front, but it loops through the array and looks at the first. Let's say it goes from the front. It looks at the first index in the array. So current number will be equal to 1. Number equals 1. And then it goes through and updates our total value to be this value. So we're doing total equals 0 plus 1. And then it stores that value in our total and then loops through to the next item in the array. So total will be 1, current number equals 2, and then our total equals 1 plus 2, and so on as it loops through the array. And that's what it's doing in this reduce function. So it'll run through until it's got no more items in the array, and then it will return the value of total. That's what reduce does. There are a couple of other array functions you can do, like map, and what's the other one? Oh, I can't remember what the other one is now. But I think maybe sort or something like that. But map basically allows you to run through all the items of the array and map them to a new array by performing some function on it. So like if you wanted to double this array, you could do something like, let's see if my JavaScript knowledge is still there. Double equals numbers.map. And then we're going to take our item and wait, this is going to be value maps to value times 2, I think. And then we could do another p tag here, and this can be double. Yep. Can we just do this? Oh, it's doing the same thing. Okay. So yeah, this is saying loop through the numbers array, and we're going to map the values onto a new array. And the new array is going to take the value of each item in this original array and replace it and map it to double its value. And there's a whole load of things you can do here. And also, if you're not comfortable with arrow functions, which is another ES6 thing, then this terminology can get quite confusing. But to test that out as well, arrow functions are basically, they're similar but not exactly the same to something like this. Function, let's call it double number this time, and we're going to take a value and we're going to return a value times 2, right? So rather than doing this, I don't think I can just do double number and value. I don't think that works. No. There's something to do with arrow functions. Oh wait, actually, I might be able to do it. Do you do it like this? I can't remember how to do these. I think they're called immediately invoked functions, function expressions, or something like that. But that, yeah, sorry, this is a complete tangent. We don't need to do this. So all you need to understand is this arrow function is another way of writing out a JavaScript function. It might be because and basically all it's doing is this. We're saying this is a function, these are the parameters, and with each of these parameters, this is what I want returned on this function. So that's basically what it's doing there. Cool. That was a bit of a tangent, but useful information, I think. So that's updating array and objects, basically just saying Svelte needs to see some kind of assignment to know that it has to update the output. Cool. So next, properties. Let's see how we're doing on part 1, basic Svelte. I think if we get down to, let's say, events, and then I'll do a little break and see how we're doing. Right, declaring properties. So far, we've dealt exclusively with internal state. That is to say, the values are only accessible within the given component. In any real application, you'll need to pass data from one component down to its children. To do that, we need to declare properties, generally shortened to props. In Svelte, we do that with the export keyword. So we need to edit our nested Svelte component to add the export keyword. And this tells Svelte that this answer variable is expected to come from the code that is calling this Svelte component, right? So this isn't something that we set here within the component, the answer, but in our app.svelte where we're calling nested, we can pass in the value of that answer property. And then when this component is rendered, it knows that the answer variable here takes the value that was passed into it when it was rendered. So this 42 gets passed into the component and is displayed in our p tag here. So just like the reactive label, this may feel a little weird at first. That's not how export normally works in JavaScript modules. Just roll with it for now, it will soon become second nature. Yeah. It's just a little way that Svelte deals with passing values and properties around. So we can easily specify default values. So rather than relying on an answer to be passed in, let's say, for example, I forgot to set this value, then we get an undefined value here. But what we can do is set it to be a mystery. So if nothing is passed in when the component is called in here, then it knows that the answer hasn't been passed in, so it can refer back to the default value that you give it here. So the answer is a mystery, but if we also call nested again, but we say, in this case, answer equals 42, didn't mean to do that, then even though it's the same component being used both times, the first time is using the default value, but the second time, because we're setting the answer property, it knows to render it with that. Cool. Spread props. So we've kind of done the spread operator before. But yeah, in this exercise, we've forgotten to specify the version prop expected by package info.svelte, meaning it shows version undefined, which is what we've got here. We could fix this by adding version prop here. So we could say version equals package dot version, and now it's picking out this version 4 because we've actually told it we've passed the version information into the package info component, and it now has a value here. So when it prints it out here, it knows what value this variable is. But another way to do that is just to spread the information. So because this name, speed, version, website match the properties here, expected name, version, speed, and website, instead of individually doing each of these properties here, we can just do spread this syntax. So we're spreading this property. We're spreading the object here, and it's basically doing the equivalent of what we just had there. So it's saying name equals name, speed equals speed, version equals version, website equals website. So if there was any typos in this, it wouldn't work because it's still undefined. There's no version in this variables here. But if we get rid of the O here and the O here, it should be correct because it's still the same variable name across here, here, and in the main app. Cool. So very useful. Let's start those. Conversely, if you need to reference all the props that were passed into a component, including the ones that weren't declared with export, you can do so by accessing the props directly. It's not generally recommended as it's difficult for Svelte to optimize, but it's useful in rare cases. We're going to avoid that because I don't think we'll need that to happen. But I think that's basically saying, can I access them here? So we do like, let's package equal props. And then instead we could do like package.speed. And this is no longer getting the imported thing here. What this is saying, actually, I can get rid of all of these here. And then let's say this is params instead of package, just so we know what's happening here. And then we add that to these. What this is now doing is saying, hey, look at the properties given to this component and put them in an object called params, which is saying this package, all these parameters being passed through here. We've got a list of them called name, speed, version, and website. We're going to pass those properties into the params object here, and then you can reference them here in the code. So yeah, they recommend against it, but it can be useful in some cases. Cool, next logic. So if blocks. HTML doesn't have a way of expressing logic like conditional and loops, but Svelte does. To conditionally render some markup, we wrap it in an if block. Let's add some text that appears when count is greater than 10. Okay, so the way that blocks work in Svelte is use the pound sign or the hash to open a block. So this is the opening of the block. You use the colon to continue a block, and you use a slash to end the block. So this is saying if the count is 10, then we want to render whatever's in between this open if and the end if. So we can do a tag in here, which in this case they want us to say count is greater than 10. So then as we increment, each time we increment, we're checking if count is greater than 10. Because it isn't, then we won't render out this paragraph tag. But as soon as we get to 11, there we go, it gets rendered out. Okay, so this is just some syntax for Svelte to say within our HTML. I really want to, well, I want to do some checking. I want to do some conditionality. Just like in JavaScript, an if block can have an else block. So, like I said, if we want to continue the condition, we use the colon to tell it that this is a continuation of our last conditionality or conditional clause. So we're going to put another p tag here, in which we're saying the current count is between 0 and 10. So as we click through this, because this statement is false at the moment, count is not greater than 10, we're then going into the else clause and we're rendering out this paragraph tag. So when it gets to 11, it then switches. This is now true. So this is the tag that's being rendered, and this tag is not rendered or not shown. Yeah, and then they've got here. So the pound symbol or the hash always indicates a block opening tag. A backslash always indicates a closing tag, and then the colon character indicates a continuation. We're almost there with all the stuff we have to learn. Multiple conditions can be chained together with else if. So I want to do another tag in here, else if count is less than 5. In this situation, we're saying that our count is less than 5. We need to close this braces. We need to close our p tag. And then this needs to be updated to between 6 and 10. Right, same thing. So now as we click through, we're checking this. This is false. So then we check this, which is now true. So this is the tag that gets rendered out. And then we go to the end of the if. But once our value is between 5 and 10, so it's no longer less than 5, this is false, so we fall into the last else. So we get 5 is between 5 and 10. And then when we get above 10, this statement is now true, so this is rendered and the rest of these are ignored. Nice. How are we doing? Each blocks. When building user interfaces, you'll often find yourself working with lists of data. In this exercise, we've repeated the button markup multiple times, changing the color each time. But there's still more to add. Instead of laboriously copying, pasting, and editing, we can get rid of all but the first button and then use an each block. The expression, which is colors in this case, can be an array or an array-like object, i.e. it has a length property. You can loop over generic iterables with the each iterable, so as long as you're spreading out that syntax. So what we're saying here is we have our colors array, which is a list of different colors, and instead of each time looping through here, we only need one button. So we're going to get rid of all of those. We're going to put an each block around this. So we use the hash because we're opening up a conditional statement. So each color, so each item in the colors array as color. So this is our array name, and this is the variable that we're going to reference. We're going to use inside our each loop. So then we close our each block here, it's going to stop complaining about us. So at the moment, we're saying for each color in the color array, we're just setting out a button. So all of these buttons are the same because at the moment, we're just looping through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items in the array. And we are creating a button that has the same properties on each of them, right? Now, what we want to update it to is to use this color variable. So each time we loop through this each block, what we're doing is we're taking this, whatever is in the current index of the array that we're looping through, and we're setting it into this variable. So what we can do is we can use this in place of our red, and apply our color. So background color here is going to be red, and then selected is going to be color, but without the quotes. So this variable is being filled with the string as we loop through. So on click selected, which is this, which is this, which isn't updating because it just needs to be the color. Yeah, okay, now it's working. So if it's selected, we get the aria current property as being true. So when that property is true, we're doing this CSS on it. So if we look carefully, there's no transform, no filter, and the box shadow changes apparently. It's quite difficult to see it on this display. But when it's not selected, we're doing a slight shift, 2 pixels to the left and 2 pixels up. And we're doing a slight filter over it, but you can barely see it. I think if we really zoom in here, we might be able to see. It's going to be tricky to see it, but the color that's selected has this depression box shadow. Actually, what we need to do is just make it much more obvious. So let's say this is 1. Yeah, so now you can clearly see this box shadow of the selected one. And actually, if we set this to 1 as well, you should see on the outside, on the bottom, is our drop shadow instead of our inset shadow. So now you can clearly see which one is selected. And any changes are done over a period of 0.1 seconds. So if we increase that, we should see a slow change between the buttons. So it takes a second for the CSS to update, basically. Actually, we can do a slow change of the color. There's like a fade in between the different colors if we slow it down on the transition there. Now, is this color in the CSS? I think this is saying do a transition on the change of the color property. I don't think it's to do with this. So let's say this is like color var instead. I don't think it's going to be upset if we update all of these as color bar. Yeah. So this is just looking for the CSS property color. It's not looking for the variable name that we used here. Also, it still pains me not to use color spelled properly. Right. So you can also get the current index as a second argument. So here where we've got our first argument is the variable that we are populating with each index, with each element, sorry. But our second element, our second variable, sorry, second argument is filled with the index. So start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It will be. So what they're saying here is within the button, you can put the number here of our index. And normally you'll do a +1, so it's not a 0 index. So now we've got our numbers on each of the buttons. Cool. Next, we have our feed each blocks. When it loads. So by default, when you modify the value of an each block, it will add and remove items at the end of the block and update any values that have changed. That might not be what you want. It's easier to show why than to explain. Click the remove first thing button a few times and notice what happens. It does not remove the first thing component, but rather the last DOM node. Then it updates the name value in the remaining DOM nodes, but not the emoji, which is fixed when each thing is created. Right, so when we were saying here, there's a little bit of a complicated example. I remember this hurt my head a little bit when I was looking at it. But what we're saying is when we click remove first thing, what we're doing is, right, let me reset this. So when thing is first created, which is this component, which is looped through here, we are creating a component with thing, and we're passing in the name here, right? So apple, banana, carrot, donut, egg. That's being passed into our thing component, right? And when we're clicking this button, we are slicing one element off of our array of things, right? So then when it redraws this each thing of thing, it no longer has this first element in the array, right? But when the thing is used, we're passing in this name, but these emojis are fixed, right? So the first time we run it, we're passing in Apple. It looks up Apple in our list of emojis, and it shows the emoji of that name. So it does this lookup when it's first created. But when we remove, it's not doing that lookup again. I think there's a reason for that, but I don't know what the reason is for them to do that as the default value, what's it called? The default function, I guess, of how to slice it. But the way that we get around this is we also add in our ID. So we specify an ID for each item in our array. And then we tell Svelte to look for the ID for when it's generated. So now we have an ID assigned by Svelte to each of the instances of this component. So now when we click remove first thing, we are removing the whole line, but it also says this, yeah, it's weird, but I find it difficult to explain what's happening. Basically, we're telling this each block that each of these things is specifically these entries, using this ID to lock it in place. So when we remove, what's it doing? Is the key which tells Svelte how to figure out which DOM node to change when the component updates. It's not the best worded for like beginners, but it does show you what's happening, so I guess that's what we've got to go with. So you don't have to use thing.id, you could just use thing here. You could just have name, and as long as we're giving it a key, it should still work, which it does. But if you don't include this key, then it doesn't know to update or to assign the component to each item in this list. Guys, yes, confusing to see it, but it's very I think it's going to be very rare that we run into this specific issue, and the best way around that is just to always include an ID of some kind. Right, await blocks though. Most web applications have to deal with asynchronous data at some point, so it makes it easy to await the value of promises directly in your markup, right? So what we're saying here is we're importing the getRandomNumber function from our utils.js code, So what this is doing is it's doing a fetch for a random number between 0 and 100, and then they are artificially adding a delay onto the data. So the response is okay. We return our response text once the await has completed. So when this has been updated. And also they're artificially failing the API sometimes so that we can see what the errors look like. So we are creating on click, we're generating a random number. And what we want to do is await our promise. And that needs to be closed. So let's just do that at the moment. Close the await. Yep. So while we're awaiting the promise, we see waiting. So if we reload this, we see it waiting. Once the promise has been completed, so this get random number, then we're no longer awaiting this promise. So this block is no longer drawn out. So now we need to continue our conditional here, which is to say once we have got our promise, then number. Where are we getting number from? This number is the response from our function. So this res.text or the error, I think. So if we do our p tag here, and let's just output our number. So 97. I guess that was an error. 30, 24, 12. So what it's doing is, I think we can see in here, if we go to the network tag, we're doing a fetch to this random number, and we're seeing what our response is here. Is just the number coming back to us. So click it again, we'll get another random number here, but this time it failed. And because it failed, why is it not outputting it though? Is it being told that it failed? Yes, because it's throwing the error. So what we could do here is a return await res.status potentially, and we're just going to comment out this one. Yeah. So it generates a random number between 1 and 100, or when it fails, it's giving us this 400, which is the error response. So if we go to the headers here, we're getting our status code 400 bad request. So that's where that 400 is coming from. I mean, really, you'd want to do something different here, but that's what they're showing with the error instead. So if we get rid of this, we throw the error instead. And here we put in our catch block. So we're saying catch our error. And if we receive an error from our function, we are going to just output the error dot message really, but let's see what the whole error is if we're not doing error dot message. we should see request failed. So we do .message. And why is that undefined? What have I broken? Let's solve this. What was broken? Oh no, now it's there. Request failed. Waiting for the error. Come on. Yeah, so it was working. It's just I hadn't loaded it properly. And this is just showing you can do inline styles, that kind of stuff. Cool, up next, events. Right, we said we'd get to events and then do a little break, I think. I think we might be about halfway through this basic Svelte stuff. So I'm going to do a little 5-minute break and I'll be back in a bit. Let's do one here. And can I put a little screen break? Where's that? No, that's no good. This one? Nope. Right. Back in a couple of minutes. Just take a little break, grab some water, little stretch, and we'll continue on after that. Great. Don't need to wait for the timer to finish. But let's... Where's that beer back? There it is. And there's the countdown timer. Right, on to events. So, as we've seen briefly already, you can listen to any DOM event on an element, such as click or pointer move with the on directive. So at the moment, we're not getting any updates, but what we're going to say is using the on directive on this div, we want to see pointer move. And when we see the pointer move event, we're going to pass the event details into this handle move function. And this is going to look at the X and Y position of the client, right? And when that happens, which is where the mouse is basically, so when it gets that handle move event details, it is then updating the so the mouse object with the X and Y coordinates of the event. So that's why we're saying as my mouse moves around, if I go left and right, it should just be the X coordinate gets updated, but the Y stays roughly the same, as long as I can keep my mouse fairly even. And if I go up and down, the X coordinate, which is the first one, stays roughly the same, but the Y one changes a lot more. It might be easier to do something like math.round this to 2. Am I doing that right? I don't think I'm doing that right. But that's good enough. Getting rid of the getting rid of all those decimal places makes it a bit easier to see. So this is roughly where we are on our canvas. And yeah, if we stay roughly on the same Y level, you can see the X is changing way more than the Y, and so on. So that is our standard DOM event of pointer move. You can also declare event handlers inline. Okay, so rather than having this handle move function, we can just put it all in here and say from our event, this is going into arrow functions again. Not the simplest way of showing it, but we're saying take our event information here and run a function straight away. So this can be our event data, and we're going to say we want our, when event data is passed in to this arrow function, which happens when the pointer moves along the screen, we're going to set our M values the same as what we were doing before in the handle move function. But X is going to become our event.client X value, and Y is our event.client Y value. So again, same thing. So this is just showing that we can do it as an arrow function inline rather than a separate function. I'd tend to avoid this because it's just in some frameworks you see recommendations to avoid inline event handlers for performance reasons, particularly inside loops. That advice doesn't apply to Svelte. The compiler will always do the right thing, whichever form you choose. I tend to avoid this kind of thing because I think it's not as clear to future maintainers or developers of the project. And the initial, if we go back to this, I think is a lot clearer to say when this event happens, run this function, and this is what the function does, rather than this arrow function. I think this isn't as clear. Cool, onto event modifiers. DOM handler events can have modifiers that alter their behavior. For example, a handler with a once modifier will only run a single time. So you can do things like prevent default, stop propagation, passive, non-passive, capture, once, self, and trusted. Okay, so this is basically saying here where we're calling our event, we can add on one of these modifiers and it will run as though, well, for example, this once will stop it occurring multiple times. So we'll get an alert. The first time we click on this, this runs, we get an alert pop up that says clicked. But if we then click again, it won't because it's been taken off. Hey Zimni, how's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend. Been a while. Okay, so this is our alert container saying clicked. And that's happened once. So now when we click it again, it no longer occurs. So we're safe. So yeah, these are just standard modifiers that you can do for DOM handler events. I thought I've got a couple of hours this week, so I'm going to try and work my way through this Svelte tutorial because I haven't done it for a while. I know they've updated it a few times. I want to see what I'm missing for the websites I'm doing. Really good. Just come back from a run. Oh, nice. How's the run? I've been I've been using the excuse of hay fever to avoid being outside and doing exercise, but yeah, I really need to get back into running and cycling a bit. So that's the event modifiers. We can go on to component events. Components can also dispatch events. To do so, they must create an event dispatcher. So if we update our inner Svelte file, what we're saying is when we click the button, we want to dispatch this message. Okay. Oh, it's like a proper run. Ended somewhere in the middle of all the runners. Nice. Congrats. What kind of, was it like a fun run, a charity run, or like a race, or? So if we import our create event dispatcher from the Svelte component. Nice. Charity 5K. Nice. Well, congratulations. Did you do lots of training for it, or was it more like a last minute drop in? I've done one of those before where I just didn't do any prep for it, and it's so much nicer when you've done some training. So we're going to make a dispatch here, which is going to use our create event dispatcher. Oh, you run 3 or 4 times a week? Nice. Well prepared for that then. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's a little bit too hot for a run for me. I did, what was it? It was probably like 4 or 5 years ago now. I did the Hackney Half. It's the half marathon around Hackney. And I did all of my training for it was over like all the like winter months. And in the evenings after finishing work. So it was like, let's say 8 o'clock in the evening in like December and November was all of my training. And then the actual run was like May, like middle of the morning. So like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning. And it was similar. It was like 28 degrees for the actual run. And all of my training had been in like basically 8 degrees, 9 degrees temperature, which is like perfect for me. So I got completely destroyed by the temperature. Just wasn't ready for that heat. Yeah, give me like night runs and winter runs any day over like summer day runs. Yeah. Yeah, much prefer a colder temperature. Right, so what we're doing here is we're saying when we click on this button, we run this say hello function, which in turn runs this dispatch function, where we're setting this variable, which we're calling message, and we're passing this object, which has text, which says hello, up to our app function here. No, this is all web development stuff today. This is Svelte and Sveltekit, which is like a JavaScript. It's not quite a framework, but it basically is a framework. So similar to like React or Angular or Vue or stuff like that. But Svelte is like a much nicer development experience, in my opinion. It's a bit more modern, and it's got a lot more niceties to it. Just realised, I think I probably need to move. You can see enough of the tutorial text here, I think. So I've been using Svelte for most of the website stuff that I do. But I haven't revisited the tutorial for a long time. And I thought, if I go through in a bit more detail and run through the tutorials, and I've got a reference to look back at if I go back through my old VODs. And also it might highlight bits of the framework that I'm not aware of or that I've missed when I was learning it the first time. So it's always useful as like a bit of a refresher. But yeah, I've got a couple of websites that I'm currently building. And then once I've got those out the way, I'm going to really focus on some game development stuff. I really want to get involved in making a proper like game for production. And I've got a few little ideas for what I want to do. So hopefully by like mid-September, although that's the next Lunar Day, isn't it? I think Lunar Day's end of September. So maybe before then, I might get a chance to build up a baseline to start with for LD. But yeah, I do want to get back into the game dev stuff. I just haven't done any for a while. Oh, you making one? It's always difficult to like slot it in over like everything else that's going on as well. I was almost tempted to do the GMTK game jam, but I think 48 hours is too short a time frame for me. So I tended to I did sit down and do some brainstorming when the theme was announced, but I was like, I'm not going to be able to do anything in time. No, I've seen your games in LD. You can definitely make it. But yeah, games progress is always going to be slow. I think, especially if you're solo developing. I keep on looking at games and I'm like, oh, I really want to make one. And then I'm like, okay, I need to set aside about like a year to make it. Yeah. Well, if you start with a smaller scope, do some prototypes and do some game testing and stuff like that. The problem is like going for big scope for like an official game, you might end up not liking what you're doing in like 6 months time and be like, oh, actually, if I just like prototyped it out and tested it, I could have switched what I'm doing, like pivoted to different gameplay elements and that kind of stuff. So you know all of that anyway. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for dropping in. Good luck with all your stuff you're doing. Right. So what we're saying here, we're importing our inner component, which is what's rendered here. And when we click on this, we're bubbling our event message. Right. We're dispatching an event called message with the data in the event, which has a property called text and a value of hello, right? So this won't do anything at the moment because we're just rendering our component here, but we're never calling our handle message event, I think. Yeah, so this does nothing at the moment. But if we tell our function here, our component here, that on a message from the component, we want to run the handle message function, which will give us a pop-up, and the content of that pop-up will be the event detail text property, which we set as hello, right? So that's this text here. Now this message is what we've called it here. So we call this like warning instead of message. Now when we run it, it won't do anything because we're not doing on message, right? If we do on warning now instead, we get this. Cool. Okay, so I wonder if we do like we get another button here, and on the second button we say warning, and we do a new function here that is say warning instead. And this is going to be back to our message. And we're going to say help instead of hello, right? So when we click this, we're dispatching our message that says hello. When we click this, we're dispatching a warning event that says help. And this can be any property name. It doesn't need to be text. So this is like variable name here. So now on warning, we want to do that. But we could do another one here where we say on message. Handle message. We don't need this second inner. And actually, let's do this as handle warning. Let's create another function here. Because this has to be the text, whereas this is variable name. Right. So, how this is going to work is, if we click this button, it says hello, which runs this function, which dispatches a message event with the text hello. So in our app here, we receive an receive a message event, which will send the event details to the handle message function, which then looks at the event details text property and passes that into the alert. If we click on the other button, it will trigger the warning function, which dispatches an event called warning with a variable name, with a property called variable name with a value of help. And that will trigger this warning event, which will run this function, which will look for the variable name event and pass that to alert. So that says hello, and this says help. Oh, no. Why? Variable name. That's correct. On warning. Okay, so this isn't a variable name then. This is still text. So we can't do custom properties. Right, okay. There's probably a way to do custom properties, but I'm assuming part of this dispatch, event dispatcher, we have a certain format of things we can pass through. But we could also put this on our message. So this could be another message event rather than a warning event. And this will still work. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So I kind of have to break things to fully understand how they're working sometimes. I mean, I'm not even fully understanding how it works either, but a better idea of how it works. Right, so create event dispatcher must be called when the component is first instantiated. You can't do it later, e.g. inside a set timeout callback. This links dispatch to the component instant. Right, yeah, our dispatch constant here is linked to this instance of inner. Okay. Then add an on message, which is this one. Handle it in the app.svelte. You can also try changing the event name to something else, which is what we did. This our warning rather than a message event. We did a warning event, but you can't change the event properties. So the event is an object of a certain type, and that has these kind of properties on it. Okay. Event forwarding. Unlike DOM events, component events don't bubble. If you want to listen to an event and some deeply nested component, the intermediate components must forward the event. In this case, we have the same app and inner as the previous chapter, but there's now an outer component that contains inner. So on our app, like root here, we have our outer function. Our outer contains our inner component, and our inner has all the same component as last time. One way we could solve the problem is by adding create event dispatcher to outer, listening to the message event and creating a handler for it. So you could replicate this bit, like this dispatcher, in the outer, look for messages from the inner, and then replicate, like send a new message up. But it's kind of a lot of code to write. So Svelte gives us an equivalent shorthand. An on-message event directive without values means forward all message events. Okay. So if we do this, all we're saying is, if we get a message event from the inner component, just bubble it up and dispatch it as though it's a message from us. So our app will now receive the message event, pass all the data to the handle message function, and run the alert. Hey Scooby-Dooby, how's it going? Thank you, thanks for dropping in. No worries. Yeah, I haven't streamed for a couple of months. Thank you, you too. Yeah, hopefully doing a few more web dev streams for like the next couple of weeks. I'm going to try and tie them in whenever. And then as we get into like autumn. Oh, yes. I did see the trailer for it pop up on YouTube, so I'm going to give that a watch later on. Looking forward to it. But yeah, I think as we get into like September, October, hopefully I'm getting back into streaming a bit more. But I think I'm going to be doing more development streams rather than gameplay streams, but we'll see. I haven't quite decided what I'm going to be doing yet. But yeah, thanks for dropping in. And yeah, very much looking forward to season 2. Right, so this is, we're saying on message on outer allows us to bubble this message event up to the app. So when we click say hello, we should trigger this, which is the same, dispatching the message hello all the way up. Ooh. You play some chill casual League. I can't remember the last time I played League, but I might be interested in that. We'll see. I did used to play it quite a bit, but yeah, I need a little bit of a refresher, I reckon. But thanks for the offer. You don't play for rating, I don't think. Fair enough. That sounds good. Right, so why, if I click on this, why are we not getting our event? No worries, yeah, thanks for dropping in. Cheers. What have I got wrong here? So inner on message. Message say hello. Let's give it a refresh. And then in our app, on message, we handle our message with the event. So what have we missed out here? Our outer looks correct, right? Import inner from inner.svelte, inner on message. And that's saying bubble the message up. Let's just make it reapply to our app. And then from outer, when we receive a message event, send it to the handle message function, which should trigger the alert, right? Okay, if I click solve, what's changed? Nothing there changed. This has an extra space. nothing changed in here. So is that it? Is that space was what's breaking it? No, it's not working at all. Why is that not working? Right, let's inspect. Let's see if we can bug fix it. So when we click, let's see, can we clear this? We're not getting any interactivity with the button. Let's first reload this just in case there's something that's bugged out. It might be this web container's frozen. It's the problem with some of these browser-based tutorials. Sometimes some of it freezes up. Just give it a little bit of time here. Come on. Right, ready. Okay. If you're ready, we should see a button. I imagine most of these are error codes from extensions. Right. Now it looks like we've got some interactivity because we're getting a hover effect. But that's not doing anything because we haven't applied the fix. So on message. Now it works fine, yeah. And now it's frozen again. Why are we losing that though? It's not a once event, is it? No, on click. And a message. If we put once in here, let's see. No. So why are we losing the interactivity of that button? On this iframe, this content, right? Our output. And this whole iframe here. This button. Event listeners. Click. It's a click event. It's not passive, it's not once. The handler is there. When you click on it, it should run the say hello function. So what's stopping it? I'm so confused about that. I think it's just an issue with this instance here. I mean, the way we could test it is running it in VS Code, but I'm not going to do that today. We'll probably transfer some of these into VS Code for the next stream, so I can just run them without having to run through this web browser. Okay, but we saw it work once, right? I think this is what the issue is. Which is probably fair. Letting iframes trigger alert messages, which are pop-ups, basically. It might be that Google's removing that. So instead of triggering an alert, if we do a console log, then it might play a bit nicer. So if we look in our console, we just clear this out and we click it. We might have to reload it though. Nope, still haven't got access to it. I'd rather do it without reloading the whole page again. Alright, we'll do one more reload. I know it takes a little while, but let's see. Right. Now while that's loading, I can update this to console.log rather than alert. That should be fine, and then this needs an on message to bubble up the message event to our app. And then when this dev server is started, we should be okay. Okay. Right, let's clear out these messages. Most of them will be from extensions. Come on. No? Seems like it's really struggling. We'll do one more reset. But if not, then I might have to look at something else. We're just going to let it all load first before I start editing things. If not, then I probably might be looking at, well, I'll try another lesson. But if we're getting the same thing on the next lesson as well, then I might wrap up here, set up a project at the start of the next stream and continue on, but just doing it in VS Code rather than in the browser, because yeah, this is not loading now. That's weird. Don't know what's caused that. Might have to do some digging. Have a look on the Discords and stuff like that. Okay, we have a button back again. Right, so I think it was taking issue with this though. So we're going to change that to a console log. We're going to clear out the console so we see it. And it shouldn't do anything yet because we're not bubbling the message up. But now if we do on message, message, now that should bubble up to our app. We see our hello in the console. Good. Okay. Don't know what was causing that issue. I think it's just the way that this is hosted has some magic going on that had broken. Again, probably due to an extension. It's probably best to close out all extensions when you're using stuff like this. But it's working now. So we're getting our hello coming out into the console here. So yeah, all we're doing here is telling this outer component, this file that the whole file here is, to bubble up any message events from the inner to anything outside the outer, which is our root app. This outer, we're bubbling the message up to here, and when it receives that event, it runs handle message, passes in the event data, and we're just logging out the text property of the detail of the event. Cool. Right. I'm glad that resolved itself. Let's see, we've got... What's this? DOM event forwarding. Then we've got bindings, lifecycle, and stores to work through. So a few more bits still. Hopefully it continues to play nicely with us. Event forwarding works for DOM events too. We want to get notified of clicks of our big red button. To do that, we just need to forward the click events of the button element in bigredbutton.svelte. So let's... I don't like horn.mp3. I feel like we're going to get some noise here. Am I capturing Chrome audio? Let me just double check. I think we are now, so you should get to hear if we get to hear as well. Right, so in our app, we have an on-click event for our big red button. When that happens, we are going to play our horn.mp3. And this has a button here. So the moment if we click on it, nothing happens. But if we bubble up the click event on the button, I think it is, yep, then this will pass our click event from our button out of our big red button out to the app.svelte, where it will run this handle click and it will play our audio. Cool. So that's just showing us we can do normal DOM events rather than our custom dispatched events as well. Cool. Nice. Right, bindings. Okay, as a general rule, data flow in Svelte is top-down. A parent component can set properties on a child component, and a component can set attributes on an element, but not the other way around. Sometimes it's useful to break that rule. I don't like this keeps resetting though. There's definitely something going on with this environment that it doesn't like. Take the case of the input element in this component, so this world. Why? Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix this. It's not liking this, is it? Why is it they're looking at? No. While it's got focus, it's reloading. You know what? Maybe we're here. Let's do incognito. Because sometimes that stops any interference going on. So we'll get rid of this one. Looks like it's still reloading. What's going on with this? There's something that's triggering a reload. Yeah. Okay. This isn't working how it should. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set myself up a project in VS Code that runs this code as though it's in this browser, and we'll follow along the tutorials and the lessons, but we'll do it in VS Code instead. Which I can do the setup of now, because I was prepping in case I needed to do something like this. So pnpm init Svelte, is it? Let's have a look. Oh no, that's the wrong. Where's that? This one. So get rid of that. Have a look here. Get rid of this. So it did say in the introduction of how to do this. npm init svelte. So I'm just using pnpm instead of npm. Basically the same thing, but pnpm has oh, I keep on clicking the wrong one. pnpm has extra logic in it that allows you to like reuse packages rather than re-downloading them every time, which normally makes the installation a bit easier. Maybe this isn't right then. Let me go to getting started. See, look, we're using create rather than init. Which I'm going to do. So create svelte at latest, not at next, right? Yeah, latest. Official tutorial. Right, and then this will create the project. We want to just do a skeleton project which doesn't have anything in it. We want to use TypeScript, and we're going to ignore the rest of this stuff for now, so we're just going to click none. And then we're going to CV into it. And then we want to run pnpm install, which will install all the Svelte packages and components, all the node packages and stuff like that. So yeah, this is the reason to use PMPN, because this Svelte installation needs these packages, but I've already got 105 of them in other projects that I've run. So rather than re-downloading them, we only have to download the 6, and it's slightly quicker to do the setup. So it's done. Yeah, sure, let's do git on this. Just so we've got some functionality for, what's it called? Change dependencies. No, change history. That kind of stuff. Anyway, okay, so this is our standard Sveltekit project setup. We have our source files, we have our roots. Don't have to worry too much about any of this. This is just so that we can have it up and running. And then if we do pmpn run dev with the open flag, then what it should do, as long as I've got this open, is it will open up our website in here in a new tab. Yeah, we don't need super base stuff. Come on. Yep, there we go. So this is our basic Sveltekit page. So if we go to our page.svelte, this is what we're seeing here. So we've got our, we set this off to one side, we'll set this to the other side. And we're gonna have to do some weird layout of these windows. So we were seeing our output in the bottom right, weren't we? So let's try and do the same setup again. So small output in the bottom right. Our code was in top right. It's going to be a little bit cramped. We don't need to see our terminal, so let's get rid of that. And then the tutorial we had here on the left. And we just need to see the actual tutorial messages here. So this can come across. This we're going to have here. Right, okay. So we were currently looking at bindings, text inputs. Right, so in here, we want to put an input. Type text doesn't really matter, but within the input, we want to bind. Where's our, here? Oh, this is going to be a bit annoying, isn't it? We just want to see the tutorial. There we go, okay. So we want to bind our value, which is our name. So it's going to complain because we haven't got name in our Svelte file here. So we do a script tag here. And we do let name equals hello. Ooh. So when we save this, our page should update and we see our hello input field here. Now what we want to show is welcome to name, like this. And we'll save that and it updates. So now what we see is whenever we update our text field here, it's directly updating the h1 tag. So welcome to this Sveltekit, well, Svelte tutorial, I suppose, just still in. So normally to have this input here in an element straight away is quite tricky to do. Get rid of this, we'll just leave it like that. But you can see in Sveltekit it's nice and easy. So we're just using this bind directive, which is a Svelte property again. Means not only will changes to the value of name update the input value, but changes to the input value will update name. So what we're trying to display in this instance is, as we update this, it's updating here. But if we had, let's say, a button that, why is my emits? There we go. Button on click, and we do a handle click event here. Update name. Hey Mr. Dons, how's it going? And if we do a function in here, that is the handle click function. When we run it, we want to update name equal override. Okay, so what we're trying to show here is when we first run the page, we've got name as the word hello, which is automatically put into here, but also used in our h1 tag here. We can manually update this text. But we can also, using JavaScript, update the name in our script, and it overrides both the h1 but also the input field. Do I have hands-on web development? That's kind of what I'm doing at the moment. I'm doing some Svelte. Well, I do mostly front-end web development normally, but I thought I haven't been through the Svelte tutorial for a while, so I'm working my way through the Svelte tutorial and Sveltekit tutorial to see anything I need to update. You want to recreate a website but not familiar with much of web. Ah. What, so doing like a little project for it? Yeah, there's normally some good tutorials around HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And then if you're looking to build a website, I'd highly recommend looking into Svelte. I can have a look, yeah, sure. I don't know if YouTube allows you to post links though, so you might have to tell me what to search in Google. Right, so what we're doing here is we have this override, but we have multiple methods of updating the name property, the name variable. Okay, so we go on to the next one. So in the DOM, everything is a string. It's helpful when you're dealing with numeric inputs. Oh, sorry, that's unhelpful when you're dealing with numeric inputs. Type equals number and type equals range, as it means you have to remember to coerce input.value before using it. With bind.value, Svelte takes care of it for you. Okay. So yeah, instead of this, if we've got label, and we don't want the 4 here. And inside the label, we're going to do inputs. We're going to do 2 inputs. And then we're going to do the same. So this is a number, and this is the range. Porsche Evolution. Oh, didn't mean to do that. It's the least helpful UI. God, it's quite loud. Okay. Wait, let's do it on here. And we're gonna mute it. Let's have a little look at it. Okay, fair enough. Got some good awards. Right, so let's what I'm going to do is I'm just going to dip the audio down for that, and I'm going to pause my music. So hopefully that shouldn't be too loud on the stream end. So if we got like a bit of an auto scroller. That's cool. So we've got different audio with each decade. The present has no nice. That's quite a cool website. So you're trying to figure out how they're doing this wipe effect. So the audio is in each section. Oh, doesn't like that. I think I've broken something. Let's refresh. So it looks like it's part of the scroll effect. So this is what you'd normally do if you're looking to recreate something. You can have a look in here and see what they're doing. So as we click Start Experience, right, let's put our music back on as well. So you can inspect here. So it's just sliding it up though. Wait, is it a fixed image? Yes, I think it's just this. Yeah. So the main thing is each of these sections is just a block, right? So I assume you know enough to do a simple div. So what he's done is each of these sections of code is has a background image. So you're setting the image as the background to the section. So it's just, if we change that to just like a color, you'd see that's just the image in the background. And by using this background attachment fixed, what it's saying is, rather than having the background linked to the section, it's not actually linked to the scroll. Yeah, I think 99% of that is coming from this CSS class here. So all you're really doing is scrolling here, but by adding this background attachment fixed, you're telling it, don't scroll the image with the scroll wheel. I wonder what other you can do. Fixed, inherit, local, revert, scroll, unset. So scroll is the default behavior, but changing this to fixed is what's giving you this effect. I won't be able to help you with it, I'm sorry. But that's all you need. So I guess if we did like a section, if I wasn't already doing the tutorial, I might play around a bit with this. But yeah, it's pretty much that. That's that one CSS thing that's doing all the magic. Oh, is this background attachment fixed property? So that's what you want to look into. So if you have your like list of divs and they're all a certain height, so we do like style, div height of 50 VH, and then we do a few of these with H1 first, and then second, that'll be third, that'll be fourth, no, here. Second, third, and fourth. Right. So we've got all these different sections here. And then we're going to have to give these classes just so that we can see it. Class equals first. Second, third, third, and fourth. Right. And then let's say we do first has background color of red. Let's see if this works. Right, so we've got these two sections here. And all we was doing was background attachment fixed. Oh, you're not going to be able to see it because it's just solid colors. Give me a second. Let me have a quick look. What can I use? Let's do that. And then have we got another thumbnail somewhere? I'll do that. URL. Dot slash. Wait, no, how do I do this? I can just do screenshot, right? First. Let's call you second. Does that work? Yeah, okay. Right, so yeah, that's pretty much it. If we say padding 0, why have we got a gap between these? Oh, because of the text. We say H1 padding 0 as well. Why have we still got a gap? Oh, it's got margin, right. Let's do these. Right, okay, now there's no gap. Right, that's it. That's the same effect. Let's just make this a little bit bigger so it's a bit easier to see. Let's do like 80%. Right, so you got your first image here, and as you scroll, it gets wiped away by the second image. And that's it. So it's just this background attachment fixed. That's literally the only line that's really making a difference here. And then all he's done is he's been careful to have the car images to be exactly centered. So if you look at one image to the next, they're exactly lined up. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's a cool property. I've never seen that CSS property before. Yeah, as long as your images are properly aligned, it'll be nice and easy to do. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. You have your sections with a background image and background attachment fixed, and that's pretty much it. Right, what were we looking at though? We were looking at No, I've got to get through this tutorial today. Sorry. Right, let's get rid of these. Actually, we don't need. I don't think we need any of this, do we? Right, and then, so we've got these inputs. I mean, there's loads. If you just go on that awards website, awards, this will have loads of examples of really interesting websites and designs that have been done. Site of the day, and we click through. I think it's this, isn't it? 14 islands. Where is the link to the website? Well, they've really made it difficult to find the website. Is it here? Yeah. The problem with some of these websites, though, is they take ages to load. They're not always good user experiences. They're very impressive, but for a lot of people's websites, they don't need stuff like this. So it's good for like portfolios and stuff like that, but you have to cater for your clients rather than, rather than doing something cool. But yeah, it's normally a good website. Right, so where are we? We're looking at numbers. We're going to bind our value of A to this with a min of 0, which should set the axis, and a max of, are we saying 10? Yeah, 10. Right, it doesn't like that because we don't have A. Get rid of this. Let, what are we going to say? Let A and B. Okay, this is their number. Let A equals 5, let's say. Let B equal 5 as well. It doesn't like this for some reason. Bind value, oh, because I'm missing the equal sign, that's why. Ooh. Right, so now we can see that as we move the slider, it also updates the value, and as we update the value, it also moves the slider. So that's all this is saying. But the benefit is that Svelte is looking at the type of the input as range and number, and figuring out that they are numerical values rather than strings, and it's handling it all for us. Nice. Let's just double check. Yeah. Cool. Checkboxes. Checkboxes are used for toggling between states instead of binding to input.value. Instead of binding to input.value, we bind to input.checked. Oh. Okay, we're going to type it out properly. So we're going to do a new input here. Checkbox. And for this, we're going to say bind checked equals yes. Right. And then here we're going to say let yes equal true. So we've got the checkbox ticked. And then what we can do is in our reactive handler, it would be like this. We're going to say if A is greater than B, yes equals false. This is the worst naming convention ever. Actually, let's do just yes equals A greater than B. Right? Helps if we have actually set up the other range though. This is going to be A and B. So these are B rather than A. Oh. Right, so at the moment A is not greater than B. If we make this higher, it is. If we make it lower, it's not. So you can see this is for A. How do we do this for A? No, that's not what we wanted. Oh, no, don't want to click that. Okay, well, we know this is A, this is B. So as B is decreased below A, the checkbox is ticked. And vice versa, when B is greater than A, it's unchecked. But we can manually override it as the user as well, because we haven't locked it. What do they do in the tutorial here? So they do... You can't click subscribe unless you sign in for the email spam. And then you can click subscribe. Cool. So they're setting the disabled property of the button based on the checkbox checked status. Nice, okay. On to the next one. Select bindings. Where are we? Still a few bits more. We can also bind value with select elements. Note that option values are objects rather than strings. Svelte doesn't mind. Let's see what this looks like first. I just realised we were zoomed in a little bit there. Okay, so we've got some insecurity questions here. I might copy some of this because it's probably going to take a while to set up otherwise. So this is the pre-solved bit. Let's put it in here. Right, so we have these drop downs: when do you go to school, mother's maiden name, other personal fact that you can find on Google. So what we want to say is we want to bind the selected value one change answer equals, okay. Why does it not like this? Oh, this is fine. Select question 1, select question 2, select question 3. And we can say test answer. And when we submit it, we should get an alert. Answer question 3, with question 3's question and our answer shown there. So it doesn't like this because selected is a number. No. And lang equals TypeScript. Yep, there we go. Oh, now ID, no. Let's not go into that. It's complaining because it thinks it should be in TypeScript. Because when we built the project, we said we were using TypeScript, but should have just left it normally. So we're still getting the functionality though. Be careful though, until a binding is initialized, selected remains undefined, so we can't blindly reference selected ID in the template. So what we're saying here is if we try to put, oh wait, we see it here with this selected question 1, right? Yeah, so we get this awaiting response. Which is why we've got this here. Because if we tried to do this as selected question, selected ID, if we just did this, it's not going to like this because selected ID is going to be undefined. Is it just not even compiling now? Yeah. Because it can't read the ID. It's failed completely here. So that's what it's saying here. Although if we let selected equals questions 0, then it's fine. So we're defaulting it to begin with. We're giving it an initial value using the first entrance of the questions array. So now it can figure out what selected ID is to start with. But if we didn't initialize it, then yeah, we have to do this whole, if it does exist, then we use selected ID, otherwise we output this string instead. So that's just like a different way of doing the default answer. That's fine. Group inputs. If you have multiple type equals radio or type equals checkbox inputs relating to the same value, you can use the bind group along with a value attribute. Radio inputs in the same group are mutually exclusive. Checkbox inputs in the same group form an array of selected values. Okay. So I think what we want to do again is select this list. We're going to paste over our code. I'm going to save it. I'm going to see the initial state. So add bind groups. Bind group equals scoops to the radio inputs. So where we've got our radio inputs, which are where? Input type radio here. Name equals scoops. Value equals number. So we just want to add a bind directive here to the group. And we're going to call that group scoops. Oh, scoops. So at the moment, our radio buttons do work. I haven't clicked save yet though. Will I take that off and save it? I'm confused as to what that's doing differently. combine group equals flavors to this group. Okay. So what is it trying to show us here? We have radio buttons here. Each 1, 2, 3 is a number. The value is the number. And we're binding it into scoops as the value here. Right, okay. So we're saying the value of each radio button is number. God, okay. This is combining a few things. This is why it's a bit more confusing. So for each radio button, this input, we're saying... Why do we need a name? What would we get rid of name? Right, it's exactly the same. Okay. So for each radio button, we're saying the value of the input is equal to this variable number, which is defined by this. We're looping through this array, and each time we loop through the array, we're setting the variable of number to the value of the position in the array. So the first time is 1, second time is 2, third time is 3. That's what number is each time, each loop round. So that's where we have 3 radio buttons there. The text on the radio button says the current number, and then if it's 1, it's just 1 scoop. If it's more than 1, then it's multiple scoops with the S. And then what we're doing with this bind group is saying out of these inputs, whichever one is selected passes its value into the scoops variable here. So while it's 1 at the moment, if we select 3, it is now passing this value into the group, from the group into the scoops variable here. Right. And then we're doing the same thing with the checkboxes. We're grouping them all together, and that returns an array into the flavors array of what? Of the values of this array. Whichever ones are selected get put into this array of flavors. And then down here, if we've got a valid order, we output the text of you ordered number of scoops, which is this value here that is selected, which is passed into scoops and comes back out here. That number of scoops of, and then this formatter function. I mean, this isn't the simplest way of representing this, but basically we're saying is there's a certain way of listing these flavors. Which probably does something along the lines of figuring out when to use and, when to use commas, and all that kind of stuff. So all it does is takes the flavors array. Yeah, I think it's easier to see what's happening if we don't bother with the formatter. And we just output our flavors array here. because then all we see is we just have our array output. Yeah, I think a lot of this tutorial has been like souped up a little bit with extra stuff that it didn't need to have. Creates list format objects that enable language sensitive list formatting. Okay, but basically what we're saying is if we group input checkboxes and radio boxes, radio buttons together, we can bind the value of the radio box into external parameters and then use them elsewhere. It's just an easy way to read off the values rather than having to go like checkbox.text and then concatenate them into an array or like .push into an array, that kind of stuff. Okay, next, select multiple. Right, a select element can have a multiple attribute, in which case it will populate an array rather than selecting a single value. Replace the checkboxes with the select multiple. So select multiple bind value equals flavors. And then we want to end our select here. And then we want to get rid of everything in the middle. Yeah, we're just going to comment this out. We're going to put in our option tag. We should have this. And we don't need a value here. We just do our flavor here in the middle. Why does it not like that? Attempts to close an element that was not open. Oh, because we've got a closing tag here. That's why. There we go. So rather than having a drop down, we get our list of options here. And if you use shift click, you can select multiple, or control click. Is it shift or control? Well, basically showing you can select like this. Okay. Text area inputs. Text area element behaves similar to text input. In Svelte, use the bind value. So what we're doing now is, let's go to the top. We're going to go input, no, text area. And we want to bind our value to value. Okay, so like these, when names match, we can also use shorthand form. Okay, so we don't even need the equals value bit. We can just do bind value. And let's see what we're using the text area for. Oh, there's a whole load of it. Let's update then. Oh, this isn't going to work. Because I don't have the marked file. Let's see, does it work here for the moment? So text area, bind, value. Some words are italic, some are bold, a list are cool. So what are we actually showing here? Value is in here. Right, so we can update here. New item. And it's taking this as an input and outputting. So this is like markup. It's quite useful. Okay, Lifecycle. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, and then we got stores. I think. Do we want to stop here, or do we want to just have a break? Let's have a look at this. So in Svelte, every component has a life cycle that starts when it's created and ends when it's destroyed. There are a handful of functions that allow you to run code at key moments during that life cycle. The one you'll use most frequently is onMount, which runs after the component is first rendered to the DOM. In this exercise, we have a canvas that we'd like to animate using the paint function in gradient.js. Okay, so we've got this paint function. Begin by importing the function from Svelte. So import onMount from Svelte. Okay. Then add, oh, didn't mean that. Then add the function that runs when, add a function that runs when the component mounts. Okay, so in here, we're doing an onMount event that when the component is mounted, we're doing a whole load of stuff. We're going to say const canvas equals document dot query selector canvas. So that's just finding the canvas element in the document. Const context equal context equals canvas dot get context 2D. Oh, there we go, got there eventually. And then request animation frame function loop t. See, this again I think is something that's going a bit overboard for this. Is more of a show off lesson, I think. This is not to teach you functionality of Svelte. This is to show off what Svelte is capable of doing, I think. Context and T. So now we get a lovely little gradient effect that over time changes the color of our SVG logo. Note, in the later exercise, we'll learn how to get an element reference without using document query selector. Okay, so far so good. You should see gently undulating colors in the shape of the Svelte logo. But we still see that after the element is destroyed. To fix this, we need to return a cleanup function from onMount. So let frame equal this, and then frame equals this, in context, close this, and then here we're doing a return when we finish, which does a cancel animation frame of the frame But I don't see how we see that though. Is it when we reset it? If we go back to what it looked like before we did this last bit, do we get to see this when we restart? No. When we destroy it, it's still there, is what they're saying. So how do we show that happening? What if we look at this canvas and we destroy it this way? No. I mean, is it basically saying it's still using resources even if we destroy it, and it's just a bad way of the loop will continue even after the component has been destroyed. Okay, so it's just a cleanup of memory, I think. Cool. Before update and after update. The before update function schedules work to happen immediately before the DOM is updated. After update is its counterpart, used for running code once the DOM is in sync with your data. Together they're useful for doing things imperatively that are difficult to achieve in a purely state-driven way, like updating the scroll position of an element. This Eliza chatbot is annoying to use because you have to keep scrolling the chat window. I mean, also the fact that it keeps reloading as well. I think we're stuck again. Let's see, we just click solve. Yeah, no, it's going to keep reloading now. I don't know why it's doing this. It's definitely something wrong with the tutorial. Yeah, I can't even type to it. Okay. The problem is I can't even do this in my own environment because this is importing from other files that I don't have access to. So what are we seeing here? We've got, this is our code at the moment. Let's see if we can figure out by stepping through. So we want to say auto scroll equals scroll top if scroll top is greater than scrollable distance. So while it's true, scroll to scroll height. Yeah, I think I'm flagging a bit on this now. It's annoying that some of these aren't working properly. Okay, the tick function is unlike other lifecycle functions in that you can call it at any time, not just when the component first initializes. It returns a promise that resolves as soon as any pending state changes have been applied to the DOM, or immediately if there are no pending changes. When you update component state in Svelte, it doesn't update the DOM immediately. Instead, it waits until the next microtask to see if there's any other changes that need to be applied, including in other components. Doing so avoids unnecessary work and allows the browsers to patch things more effectively. You can see that behavior in this. Example. Select a range of text and hit the tab key. Because the text area value changes, the current selection is cleared and the cursor jumps annoyingly to the end. We can fix this by importing tick. Okay, so if we select some, we hit tab, it toggles the text to uppercase, but it does jump the cursor right to the end, right? Now it's saying if we import tick from Svelte, and run it immediately before we set this dot selection start and this dot selection end at the end of handle key down. Handle key down, which is here. And we say await tick here. Okay. So what is this doing? This is saying our text area on key down, if it's not tabbed, then don't do anything. If it is tabbed, prevent the default action happening so it doesn't tab it across. We're setting this, which is the event. I hate using this keyword. It's never clear what's happening with it. And I don't think it's necessary most of the time. Like in 90% of examples, you don't need this. Right, so selection equals value dot slice selection start selection end. Okay, so it's finding this. It's finding what I've selected in the text. Then it's doing. Okay, so it's doing a regex based on the selection I've made to see if there's any lowercase letters in it. That's what this A to Z regex is doing. If there are any lowercase letters, it transfers everything to uppercase. Otherwise, if they're all capital letters, it transfers them all to lowercase. And then we're saying our new text equals value.slice equals the old text up to where the selection that was made started. So let's say that there, it would be this old value text up to this point, plus the replacement, plus anything past our selection end. And then it was saying the selection start and end are set back to selection start and end. Renewed update. Does not update the done. It waits until the next microtask to see if there are any other changes that need to be applied, including a. I mean, I can kind of see it. I think it's a very like edge case scenario though. I think it's not. Okay, stores. Stores are useful. Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more lessons. Let's do a very quick break. Just gonna get some more water. And just take a little screen break. No, not that one. Put the countdown timer back on. Screen break. No, not that one either. Here we go. Right, back in a couple of minutes. Take a little stretch and a little break away from the screen. See you in a sec. Right. Last little section. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that timer. Okay, stores. So what have we had a look at so far? I think the lifecycle stuff I need to come back to, because some of that stuff I think it's important, but I think it's like need to have some other examples to look through. But yeah, let's do these last few bits with the stores. Right, so not all application state belongs inside your application's component hierarchy. Sometimes you'll have values that need to be accessed by multiple unrelated components or by a regular JavaScript module. In Svelte, we do this with stores. A store is simply an object with a subscribe method that allows interested parties to be notified whenever a store value changes. In the app.svelte file, count is a store, and we're setting count.value in the count.subscribe callback. Okay, so app.svelte, count is a store, and we're setting count.value in the count.subscribe function. Okay. So we're exporting count as a writable store from this file. We're importing it into here, and we're saying when something subscribes to count, we pass the value into this. Okay, let's keep looking. Okay, a writable store has set and update methods in addition to subscribe. So in the incrementer.svelte file, we want to update the count. So we take count from the store and we say count.update as a function which takes in a value. Oh no, sorry, n+1. Right, so this is saying take the value in the store, n, and update it by incrementing by 1. Right? Do the inverse for this. So we want to say counts.update is an array function which takes the current value n and returns n-1. And now we can add it and subtract it. So this is just like a global variable. But rather than being able to directly say count equals, we've got an update function and we've got a set function. So in our resetter, why can't we do count.update n 0? Surely that should do the same thing. And it does. Okay. What's the difference between update and set? Is the question. I guess set doesn't care about the current value, whereas update does something to the current value. Okay, so that's the difference. Oh, I keep on pressing save. Cool, okay. That's fine, that's our writable store. Auto subscriptions. The app in the previous example works, but there's a subtle bug. The store is subscribed to, but never unsubscribed. If the component was instantiated and destroyed many times, it results in a memory leak. Start by declaring unsubscribe in the app.svelte. So const unsubscribe equals count.subscribe. Value. Oh, wait, no. All I'm doing is saying subscribe equals this. Right? So this is just a handle that returns from the subscribe function, so that when we want to unsubscribe, we can. That's all it's doing. Now declared unsubscriber, it still needs to be called, for example, through the onDestroy lifecycle hook. So here we can now import onDestroy from Svelte. And then we say onDestroy, we want to call the unsubscribe function. No, I keep on pressing save. I don't need to save it. Okay. It starts to get a bit boilerplatery though, especially if your component subscribes to multiple stores. Instead, has a trick up its sleeve. You can reference the store value by prefixing the store name with $sign. Oh wow, okay, so we don't even need to do any of this. We get rid of all this, and rather than count.value, we just directly call count, but with the $sign prefix. Auto subscription only works with store variables that are declared or imported at the top level scope of a component. Right, okay. So in here as well, we just do any name beginning with a $sign is assumed to refer to a store value. It's effectively a reserved character. Svelte will prevent you from declaring your own variables with a $ prefix. So could we do like count -1? No. On click count equals minus equals 1. No, okay. But we could do, can we do, I think $count is a read. You can reference the store value. Yeah, I don't think we can do it here either, can we? Oh, wait, we can. Wait, what? So why couldn't I do it in here? Weird. Okay. Readable stores. Not all stores should be writable by whoever has a reference to them. For example, you might have a store representing the mouse position of the user's geolocation, and it doesn't make sense to be able to set those values from the outside. For these cases, we have readable stores. So open the stores.js file. First argument to readable is an initial value and can be null or undefined if you don't have one yet. The second argument is a start function that takes a set callback and returns a stop function. Start function is called when the store gets its first subscriber. Stop is called when the last subscriber unsubscribes. Ugh. Time equals readable, new date. Okay, new date gets the current date, right? So that's my current date, my current time. And then we can say const interval equals set interval. Don't know quite what we're doing here. And we're saying set new date every second. Why is that necessary though? And then clear interval. Interval. But I don't think we needed this. The start function is called when the store gets its first subscriber. So when we didn't have this, right, it's only because I was typing. So we reset and just set this to new date. I thought it was automatically updating, but it's because I was typing, so it was automatically updating. Right, so it gets the new date when it's called, when it's initially set up. But then it needs the interval to keep updating every second. Cool, okay. Next, derive stores. You can create a store whose value is based on the value of one or more other stores with derived. Building on our previous example, we can create a store that derives the time the page has been opened. Okay. So in our stores file, page has been opened for undefined seconds, right? So in here, undefined is elapsed, because elapsed is undefined. Elapsed is derived based on time, and we take the time, and they want us to do a function here, which is going to be math.round. We're taking the time minus start. Where's start set? Start equals new date. So this is when the store is first subscribed to, which will be the same as this new date here. Right? Over 1,000. Why over 1,000? Oh, because we want it in seconds, that's fine. And then if we refresh the page, we get a new one. Cool. Okay. It's possible to derive a store from multiple input stores and to explicitly set a value instead of returning it, which is useful for deriving values asynchronously. Consult the API reference for more information. Okay, we can come back to that, that's fine. Custom stores. As long as an object correctly implements the subscribe method, it's a store. Beyond that, anything goes. It's very easy, therefore, to create custom stores with domain-specific logic. For example, the count store in our earlier example could include increment, decrement, and reset methods and avoid exposing set and update. So in our stores here, we create a writable create count, subscribe, set, update. So increment becomes our update function, where we take n and we return n plus 1. This becomes update n minus 1, and this becomes set 0. And then in our app, we're just calling the function of count. Oh, that's so much better, so much easier. It's hidden away in the store. Nice. Okay, store bindings. Is this the last one? Yeah. Ooh. If a store is writable, i.e. it has a set method, you can bind to its value, just as you can bind to local component state. Okay. In this example, we're exporting a writable store name and a derived store greeting from store.js. Update the input element in app.svelte to bind. Okay, so our input element here, we're going to bind our value to the store name. Unexpected close tag. What? Is this has got a close? It's weird. Okay, this is another one that's getting stuck. Right. Changing the input value will now update name and all its dependents. You can also assign directly to store values inside a component and a button element after the input. So here we're going on click. And when we do an on click event, we want to take we want to add an exclamation mark to the name. No. Let's think about it a few times. So name is a writable store with initial value of world. And our greeting is derived from name, takes name, and outputs greeting as hello name. It's almost exactly the same. got stuck again. There's definitely something wrong with the site. Right, anyway. So yeah, this is just showing that we can bind to the value and we can update with on-click events. Which is like doing a set or an update, right? Oh yeah, it literally says it here. Set name. And that's the same as an update. No, it's not going to run. Okay, well, we got through part 1, which was all the basic Svelte stuff. There's a few edge cases there that I think weren't necessarily important there. There are a few things here that I want to go into, but this looks like a bigger list of tutorials next time. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to be wrapping up the stream now. Hopefully tomorrow I'll be back again, as long as I've got some time to do this. And what we'll try and do is get through, like, down to actions, maybe down to advanced bindings, and we'll see how we get on with the next set of lessons in this tutorial. I don't think it's worth jumping up to basic Sveltekit just yet. I think it's probably worth looking at doing it in order. But yeah, not bad. Thank you everyone who's dropped by to say hello today. And I haven't streamed in a while, but hopefully we'll try and fit in a few extra streams as and when I can at the moment. Mostly will be development streams, either web dev or maybe a bit of game dev. And if not, then probably some pixel art stuff. So if any of that sounds interesting, then keep an eye out. I'll try and I can't really stick to a schedule at the moment, so I'll just be as and when. But yeah, I hope you all have a good week. Thanks for the follow, Yoshi boy. And yeah, have a good one. Cheers, bye.